Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Clarity Tarot and Astrology. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys are all doing very well and are excited for a live reading session. Tonight, we are doing live tarot and astrology readings here on the channels. If you are watching this in the live version, hello, welcome. You can get a live reading with me. All you need to do is go into the description box and check out my offerings, donate for the offering that you would like, and we'll do your reading right here on the stream. Now, if you are a member of my channel and you have some free readings for the month that you like to use, you can absolutely do that as well. Just let me know. And if you're watching in the recorded version and you still want to get a reading with me, you absolutely can. Either subscribe with notifications so you know when my next stream is, or you can always book a private reading on my website. And I'll put the link for that in the chat box and in the description. All right, guys. So I think that's everything from me at this time. If you'd like a reading, just let me know. Hello, Tiffany. Thank you so much for your donation, love. Go ahead and let me know what's going on, what's your situation. All right, so you say, I got back with my baby daddy Larry, and he broke up with me recently, but still want to date. Hmm, interesting. All right, so what exactly do you want to know about him? And what exactly do you want to know from spirit? Okay, so you want to know, can we get past our barriers and do we have a future together? Okay. All right, let's dive into this. Most important messages for Tiffany and Larry, please. What do you want Tiffany to know about Larry? How is he currently thinking and feeling about her? How is he currently thinking and feeling about her? How does he feel about their connection? Do they have a future together? All right, let's cut the deck here. Alrighty, so in his current overall energy right now, we have the Nine of Cups. In his overall energy towards you, we have the Five of Swords. Okay. All right, so the way that he is sitting right now, he is pleased with himself. Okay. He is very content with himself. He doesn't feel the need to do anything he doesn't want to do, stress himself out, put himself in any type of position he doesn't want to be in. It like he's good, he's fine. So because of that, he has the Five of Swords in his overall energy towards you. These barriers that you're talking about, for him, he's like, I don't need it. Like, I don't need it. I don't need the drama. I don't need the problems. Like he's telling you, he wants access to you, but he does not want to work things through with you. He feels content with his life. Like his life is fine, and he doesn't feel that he needs to do anything, change anything. make things better with you, that's not going to, from his perspective, like increase the quality of his life. So, he's thinking, how can I do the least and get the most? That's his attitude right now. Not just with you, but probably with a lot of things in life, right? Like he's trying to do as little effort as possible and get everything that he wants. So, you know, when it comes to you overall, he's like, as long as he's like there, as long as he can be there and have some type of access to you, that's good for him, right? That's good for him. It may not be good for you, but it's enough for him. Even if you guys are fighting, even if you guys are on different pages, that's enough for him. Okay. All right. So the way he's thinking right now, we have the Four of Cups. Yes, he wants to avoid his issues. He wants to avoid problems. He kind of like wants to be delusional right now. He wants to be doing his own thing and in his own world as much as he possibly can. Yes, he might have responsibilities, things he needs to do, and he'll show up for that, with the minimum amount of effort that he has to show up. But besides that, like his mindset right now is very, very selfish. He's very, very, very focused on himself at this particular moment in time. All right. So the way he's thinking about you, Five of Cups, yikes. Yeah, he knows that he's disappointed you. He knows he's let you down. He knows you're feeling a type of way about him. He knows. Like, he knows, he knows, he knows. Okay. But also, he feels like there's so much that has happened that it's like, what is the point in trying to like um hash all of this out? Like, he feels from his perspective, we have so many problems. What, like, how are we gonna ever work through all of these problems? Like, from his perspective, it's impossible. Like, it's impossible. He'd rather just like forget about it, just act like it doesn't happen, act like there's no problems and just move forward. For him, that would be fine. Like, if you could just turn a blind eye and forget everything that happened and just be cool with him, you guys could be cool. It could be that easy, right? But obviously, you're not gonna wanna do that, right? You're not gonna wanna do that. But that's not gonna stop him from trying, right? It's not gonna stop him from trying to see if he can get you to be like that. So, yes, girl. Like, for whatever reason, he is just very problem avoidant. He doesn't wanna deal with it. He just wants to act like nothing is wrong. That would be ideal for him. So the way he feels right now in his own life is the Hierophant. He's on something. Like he's on some type of wavelength right now. He could be listening to something, like listening to some podcast or watching some type of videos or he's tuned into some type of content right now that might be, telling him, something about women, like a way to treat them or not to let them control your life or something like that. Like he's tapped in and tuned into something. He's hearing something and he's like really listening to it and he's taking whatever is being told to him to heart. And whatever it is, it's something that's like rise above this, be bigger than this, don't get caught up in this, or like women are not worth it. Women are a waste of time. He's hearing some type of red pill something. Okay. And he believes it. He believes it. He's on some type of Andrew Tate something, girl. I don't even know. Okay. He's listening to Joe Rogan. I don't know. Okay. But he's trying to be like in control of his life and not letting women control his life and That's the type of like energy he's on. Okay, so you can't get through to him right now. You're not gonna be able to get through to him because he thinks that's fact. So the way he feels about you is the King of Pentacles. He feels like you are fine. Like you're fine without him. You don't need him. He feels like you have your life together. You can take care of business. You're doing your things. You're not going to fall apart without him. And in a way that makes him feel a type of way. He wishes that you would need him more. He wishes that you were more dependent on him, right? Like again, kind of like that like masculine feminine thing. Like he wishes that you were more, destitute, right? And like he could have control and power over you, but he doesn't, okay? So, for him, he's like what is she really need me for? And I'm not saying like, oh, you should need him more. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. It's just like from his perspective, he's like, what does she really need? Like she's got everything together. Like, what can I provide for her that she can't provide for herself? So, yeah, that does make him feel a type of way, right? But I don't think that he's like it's not like he couldn't be in a better position than you, right? Like he could be if he really wanted to be. There's nothing wrong with him, and that's kind of the thing. It's like he could have made different choices or different decisions or whatever, and the whole situation could be different. Um, but this is just the way that he's like made the situation to be. These are just the dynamics of how it is. So that's something else that he's kind of having to, make sense of as well right now. All right, the way he feels about his life right now, 6 of Wands. Yeah, even if his life is crazy, from his perspective, everything is fine, right? Even if he does need to make changes right now, even if he really does need to like get his life together, from his perspective, no. He feels like everything is fine. I'm fine, you know, no problems. And again, he could be delusional, but that's just genuinely the way he thinks about his life. So the way he thinks about your connection, we have the sun. Yeah, like I said, if you could just turn a blind eye and just forget about everything and just have no problems with him or anything he's done in the past and just look to the future, he would be fine with that. He would be okay with that. Like that would be great for him. Like he doesn't feel right now like you guys can't move forward. It's more of like we can move forward, but you just have to forget about everything. That's the way he wants to do it. That's the energy he's on right now. He's like bypassing. All right. So the challenge on his side is the 6 of Swords. He wants his cake and he wants to eat it too. He wants to have his person or someone there or companionship, but he doesn't want to acknowledge reality. He doesn't want to acknowledge the other person's wants, needs, and desires. He just wants someone that, like, just wants to be around him. That's what he wants. Just someone who just wants to be around him, someone who's just happy to be there. That's what he wants. He's not really looking for an equal partner. He's not looking for someone to build with. He's not looking for someone to, you know, pour into. No, he wants a tag along. He wants, a side, someone in the passenger seat just riding along. Like that's what he wants right now. And like he's not gonna get that. Like he's just not gonna get that. He's not gonna get that from you more than likely, but he's really not gonna get that from anybody because anyone's gonna ask him about his situation. They're gonna ask him what's going on, and they're gonna be like, I don't want to be a part of that. So yeah. So he's trying it with you. The challenge with you specifically, we have the Ace of Wands. like I said, he's trying to move forward and have a new beginning with you without addressing the past. So, like, you guys can't have this new beginning until the past is addressed, until issues are addressed. But he's like not wanting to do that, or he's just feeling like, what's the point? It's not necessary. Let's just drop it and let's just move on. That's his mentality right now. All right, let's get messages from him. Let's see what he wants to say to you. Okay, I feel like the cards, they're like not wanting to come out from him. So he's like resistant to speak. Oh Lord. Anyways, so the first card we have is I hope you can forgive me one day. Yeah, like he hopes like you can just find it in your heart to just understand, like, maybe he wasn't at his best or he made a mistake. Um and just give him that forgiveness and be able to move on. That's what he's hoping. Like you'll find it within yourself to forgive him. And I feel like he's like, it's not my fault or I didn't know better or something like that. Like he kind of is also blaming something. Like maybe he had a hard childhood or maybe he had some type of difficult experience where he never really learned how to love or express himself. And he's like, don't you understand that? Like, don't you get that? And maybe he's just not good at communicating that, but he feels like it's not his fault why he is the way he is. Like he doesn't take responsibility for the why he is the way he is. And yes, maybe there is some type of core trauma, but at the end of the day, you do need to take responsibility for your actions. And that's what he's like refusing to do right now. He refuses that. I also do have I love you at the bottom of the deck. So I do feel like there is underlying love here, though he may have done you wrong. It wasn't to hurt you, it wasn't intentional. A lot of the times it was not intentional, and that there is still a lot of love, genuine love here for you in his heart. Okay. All right. We also have so many things remind me of you. So yeah, there are feelings here for sure. Bottom of the deck, I have the timing just wasn't right for us. Yeah, again, he's like blaming circumstances, blaming situations. He just wasn't able to maybe step up to the moment. He wasn't able to step up to the opportunity. He wasn't able to step up to the plate. I still feel shifting even with this card, like not willing to take responsibility, blaming external circumstances. But yeah, you are special to him, okay? Yeah, just being near you is intoxicating. Yeah, he definitely has feelings for you, for sure. The problem I feel is they're just too superficial, They're too superficial and it's more about the way you make him feel, right? As opposed to him genuinely trying to have a connection with you. He's like, make me feel a type of way. Be near me so you make me feel good about myself, right? Validate me, talk to me, make me feel good. Like nothing about this is like you. Like I want to make you happy. I want to make you feel good. In fact, the bottom of the deck is I wonder if you're happy without me. Right? Like again, do you even need me? And that's another part of this too is he wants to feel needed, but I feel like he's not giving anything that of value that makes him needed. So it's like, yeah, you want to be needed, but then you have to be someone of value that people need. It's not like the need doesn't come from you. The desire, he has to make himself, someone that people need. So again, he's missing the point. He's like, need me first and then I'll become something. It's like, no, baby, become something and then people will need you. So he just doesn't get it. He just simply doesn't get it. And these are people that are impossible to be in relationships with because their mindset is just it's just not there, and you can't fix that. Like you genuinely can't fix that. All right, let's see what Spirit wants to say to you, how Spirit wants you to think about this and frame this for yourself. Okay, so first message from Spirit here, we have obstacles. Unhealed wounds are blocking forward movement. Bottom of the deck, I have addiction. Okay, so there might be addiction going on here. But if it's not like, a full-blown like addiction, drugs, alcohol, porn, things like that, it's just an addiction to like being a victim, an addiction to the pain or the addiction to suffering, right? Or like liking being the woe is me person, okay? But yes, for sure, there are genuine obstacles that are really preventing you guys from moving forward. However, these obstacles are personal and they're different on each side. Like what he needs to work through and the extent of that versus what you maybe need to work through and the extent of that are two very different things. It's not equal, right? It's not equal. I would say whoever suffers more from the addiction, whoever has more of the addictive personality, whoever tends to play the victim, whoever tends to just not be able to move forward with their life. That's who this is speaking to the most. But I do feel like there are obstacles on both sides, but the obstacles are very different. Like it's not equal. It feels very unequal. So like let's say both of you started working on your personal issues. It's not reciprocal. Like you would get through yours faster, quicker, easier than he would. And so you'd still be in the position where you're waiting for him or dragging him along. So, yes, there are genuine spiritual, emotional, mental, psychological blocks that are here, 100%. Let's see what else Spirit wants you to know. Okay, I have two. I have balance and awakening coming out together. Balance says one person is giving too much in this relationship. Okay, one person is giving too much, and that is coming out with awakening. Okay, someone is undergoing a spiritual transformation. I would say it's probably you, the person getting this reading, that you are closer to a spiritual awakening or some type of awakening on your path. Okay, so pull back. You got to pull back. You got to just pull back. That's all it is. It's very, very simple. And just directing the energy that you're directing towards him somewhere else that's more worthy of your time and your energy. And by doing so, that actually forces him to put in more effort. Because right now, he's very content. He's like, I don't need to do anything. I'm perfect. I'm fine. Everything is going well for me. So until there's like a legitimate problem, he's not going to change anything. All right, let's get one more here. We have unavailable. This person is unable to give you all you deserve. Yes. Plain and simple. They just don't have the capacity. Like sometimes people are not giving to you because they don't want to. they just genuinely don't have it. And I feel like he just genuinely doesn't have the emotional capacity to understand you and understand what you're going through and understand your wants and your desires and to meet you there and to give you what you're wanting. He just doesn't have it. You are much more capable and have much more capacity than he does, and then you expect him to have the same level of capacity, but he just doesn't have it, and that's where the tension comes in. You're operating at a higher level and a higher frequency than he is. So you can carry him, but he can't carry you. And that's the problem. Is ideally, you're with someone that can carry you. That's great. But it ideally, equal, that's better is when you're both emotionally, spiritually, and mentally on the same level, but you're just not. And so there could be genuine reasons for this. Again, maybe he never got taught this. Maybe no one ever poured into him. Maybe no one ever made him feel special. Maybe he feels unworthy. Maybe he has self-confidence issues. Yes, there could be real, genuine problems, but those are our issues to solve as individuals. Like whatever our problems were, whatever cards we were dealt, it's our job to work with those cards. So he has to recognize that and feel like there's a problem and work on that and want to become a better person. But at this particular moment in time, I feel like he genuinely doesn't even think he has a problem and doesn't really want to become a better person. And that's what's necessary for you guys to come together. But bottom of the deck, I do have fate, right? So you were meant to meet this person. This person was meant to come in your life. It's very likely that this person has taught you a lot about yourself and taught you a lot about life and, changed your life in many different ways. So it's not all a waste, it wasn't a mistake or anything like that. No. But what you also have to understand as well is when the fate road ends, right? When that road ends, when that door closes, and know when it's time to walk away and to start a new journey. So let's see what comes next after this. Let's see what you can expect moving forward. So the next action he's going to take towards you is the Queen of Wands. Yeah, he'll continue to be there as long as you allow him to be there. As long as you let him be there, he's going to be there. You will likely find that he will try to be like physical with you, try to push intimacy with you, or want to just like do fun things with you, fun activities with you. But it's more of like companionship, It's not that it's leading anywhere, that he's like genuinely interested in you or genuinely interested in rebuilding your relationship. It's like he just wants to have access to you and he wants to have a good time with you. Like that's the extent of it for him. The outcome of the cycle, 7 of Swords. Yeah. So whilst he's, trying to be in your life, he's also going to be running around trying to be in other people's lives. And he's not going to tell you about it. You're not going to know about it. 10 of Swords at the bottom of the deck. Yep. He's going to try to find whoever he can get in with. Like, he's playing games, like at the end of the day, he is playing games right now. And there are a lot of things that he's not telling you. He doesn't want to tell you. That's the thing about it. Like, he wants to feel like his own person. He wants to feel like he's in control of his life. He wants to feel like he has power. And it makes him feel good would make him feel good to know that he has you in his back pocket for, an emergency if things don't pan out over here or over there. So, yeah, like you can't trust him really. Like you really, really can't trust him. He's just simply too selfish at this particular, moment in time. So, to answer your original question, can you get past your barriers? If you're willing to forget about everything and act like nothing ever happened, yeah. But if you want to genuinely work things out and talk about it and get to the bottom of things and find resolutions, no. He doesn't want to. He refuses. And do you have a future together? Again, only as much as you'll tolerate. You'll have as much of a future that you will tolerate. As much as you'll allow, that's what you'll have. But again, in terms of that future being healthy, in terms of that future being honest and non-toxic, no. No, because he doesn't want to. He just simply doesn't want to. So, you have to have strong boundaries with him, strong barriers with him, because for him, he'll try to get as much as he can out of you. And it doesn't matter to him how it makes you feel or, if you're having expectations, he doesn't care. So it's up to you how much you will allow of him. So you have control in that sense, but know that he is out of control. Girl, he's out of control. He is wild right now. So yeah, just watch yourself with him, be careful with him, you know, um, don't let him try to push you around or, don't let him get in your ear, and start telling you stuff because a lot of it is BS. It's BS. So, yes, girl, this is where he's at. This is where he's at. You're welcome. Good luck. Let me know how things go. Awesome. Take care, love. Hello, Katerina. How are you? Can you hear me now? Okay, awesome. Perfect. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for your donation. Hope you are doing well. So, you want to know what's coming. Okay. Oh, it's okay. No worries at all. Hi. All right, let's see what you need to know. We'll start off with an astrology oracle card and then we'll go into the tarot. Alrighty, so what does Katerina need to know for the new moon? What is the new moon bringing towards her? Okay, what you need to know. No problem, no problem. Okay, so the card that's coming out for you is third house. Bottom of the deck, I have fourth house. Okay, so what you need to know right now, or where you need to focus right now, is on your emotional foundation and thinking about the foundation by which you're building your life upon right now, particularly the like family and living uh part of your life and how that is either currently right now stabilizing you or destabilizing you. Okay? Like in order for you to get to the levels of life that you want to have the success that you want to have happiness that you want to have, the ability for that to go far and grow tall and go wide is determined by the foundation that you're on right now. So if you find that you're like trying to move in a certain direction and every time you're not getting what you want, it's more of a result of the roots as to why you're not getting the fruits in your life that you're looking for. Okay. So, first things first, the first part of the foundation is just us and our emotional capacity to move through life on a daily basis. Okay. So, first, start with that. Honestly, ask yourself, like, do you have the capacity to hold yourself? Do you have the capacity to take care of yourself? If someone was to come into your life, would you be able to have that person and still take care of you, or would that destabilize you? And also, one layer back, who's supporting you, right? Who is your support system? Who are you leaning on? Who are you depending on? And what is going on there? So, this is like step one, because if this is not solved, nothing else you do is going to stick. Okay. So it's like you have to take 2 steps back right now in order to take 10 steps forward. And it may seem counterproductive. Like, if I want to have success in my career, why would I focus on my home and family life? But your home and family life is the ladder that takes you to heights in your life. So if the ladder is not on good ground, then it will fall over, it will knock over. Wind comes, it comes down, and then that causes a crash. So, really focus right now on stabilizing yourself. And if you're having a hard time doing that, figuring out why. Like, why don't I feel stable within myself? Why don't I feel secure in myself? What do I need to feel more stable and more secure? Um, do I feel like I have a strong support system? Do I have, people around me that if I fall, they're going to catch me? So that's like first things first, to look at your roots. Also, too, is how your roots shape the lens by which you look at life. Does your foundation, your roots, your family, does that give you a positive outlook on life, or does that get you a negative outlook on life? And is that outlook serving you, or is it destabilizing you? And if it's destabilizing you, how can you work on shifting your mindset around it, seeing things in a different perspective, seeing things in a different way that is more beneficial for you? You said, yep, makes total sense. I felt like I needed to re-evaluate my beliefs. So foundation makes sense. Yes. All right, let's go into the tarot now. Okay, so the overall card we have for you is the Eight of Wands. That makes sense with the third house. There could be some really important conversations that you're needing to have right now. And these conversations may not necessarily be like with other people. These could be conversations that you're having to have with yourself, or conversations that you're having to have with spirit or God or the universe, right? To get clarity. The big message with this is like, don't get stuck. Like, don't delay these conversations. Don't delay doing this work, because it really is imperative for everything else that is coming for you in the upcoming year. And the good thing about right now, January, is that we haven't really had a lot of the big major shifts yet, but they are coming, especially next month. We have eclipses next month. Okay, so things are going to start getting crazy again. So before things start becoming out of our control, while you still have control, while you still have the ability to, direct your daily life, take this time to have those hard conversations with yourself. Okay. So once things start going, you're like, okay, I already know what I'm going to do. I'm not going to get like, thrown off track here. I have the devil at the bottom of the deck. So, this also is a time to look at your attachments. What are you attaching to make yourself feel better about yourself? What are you attaching to that kind of makes you forget about certain problems or helps you to escape certain problems? This could be, addictions that you have or habits that you have or, ways that you distract yourself. Look at how you um procrastinate from doing this work, and start to push those distractions aside. Okay, I have the judgment card coming out in your mindset. Yeah, there are some things in your life that you just have to make peace with. There are certain things in your life that they just are what they are, or they just were what they were, or they just happened, and it just is what it is. And not try to like analyze it more or make sense of it more or um like drive yourself crazy over it, but instead just go, okay, like that happened to me for a reason. I had that experience for a reason. That was showing me the level of consciousness that I was at. But I'm going to choose now to be bigger than that, to rise above that, to use it as fuel, to use it as motivation, to use it to strengthen my foundation, and not to be underneath the weight of it. Because you can decide at an instant that I choose to no longer let this bother me, or I choose to no longer identify as this, or I choose to no longer, be a victim to this situation. Like that can happen in an instant. It's just a matter of choosing. And yeah, this is coming underneath the fourth house. A lot of this stuff can be related to home and family and your upbringing and your childhood, right? There could be certain things that happened or things that didn't happen that you wish would have happened that you're still carrying around with you that's still like weighing heavily on you. And it's just time to accept, to just accept that this was what it was. It just is what it is. But you're no longer going to let it have power over your life. Because the circumstances that you're finding yourself in right now are all a result of the toxicity that you're carrying. So it's like if you want better results in your life now, you have to be willing to let go of the past. We then have Six of Cups. Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of emotional baggage that you're carrying. A lot, a lot, a lot. 10 of Wands at the bottom of the deck. It's too heavy. It's too heavy and it's not worth it. Like you're carrying things that don't matter. Like things that they're not, it's just a negative all the way around, right? There's no positives. No positives. They were things that you were meant to experience to strengthen you, not for them to have a stronghold over you. So it's just time to change your perspective of your life and yourself and your situations. And that's it. Like as soon as you do that, it's done. It doesn't have to be some crazy, drawn out, long therapy process. It doesn't have to be something that you sit with forever and ever and ever. You can make the choice and decision that I'm going to be better, and then you can work on it as time goes on, a little bit piece by piece. But the big thing here is just no longer identifying as this or that, or I had this experience of that, it's like, who do you want to be now? Who do you want to be now? What do you want? And start identifying more with what you want, not with what you've experienced. Okay, I have the Page of Cups and the challenge. Yeah. Yeah, like your life should be more fun right now. Your life should be more fun. It should be more free. It should be more lighthearted. You should not be dealing with heaviness. There's just no need for it. There's no need for it. But you just have to choose to want to live better, lighter, freer, happier. That's it. It's just a choice. And it's just a change of perspective. That's literally all it is. Changing the foundation of your life, changing the foundation by which you live your life, changing the material of that foundation, for that foundation to be built upon love and good values and things that matter to you now, and not things that are like painful and sad and, you know, things that are oppressive. Hi, Gorgie. Yes, absolutely. So, the action to take right now, we have the Death card. Yeah, like it's time to let things die. Like it's truly time to let some things go permanently, forever from your life. Okay. And like I said, you don't have to have a conversation with anybody if there's someone else involved with this. Um, you don't have to do anything wild. It's just choosing to go, yeah, no, that's just not going to grow in my life. I'm not going to tend to that. I'm not going to nurture this anymore. I'm going to cut it and pull it out from the root and make space for something healthier. So the outcome we have here is the Star card. Yeah. It's like once you get rid of the past, you can now start focusing on the future. And that is where all the opportunities are in the future. There's absolutely nothing from our past that we need. If it didn't, come to fruition in 2025, and it's not something that, is providing you value in 2026 and beyond, then it didn't make it, it just simply didn't make it. And at this point in time, it's much more beneficial to look ahead towards the future than it is to dwell on anything from the past. Okay, so it's like once you recognize whatever this is, it could be multiple things, it could be in, different areas of life, but when recognize whatever this is, okay, you know what it is, you don't have to tell me, but you know what holds you down. You know what oppresses you. You know what makes you depressed or anxious or fearful. So recognize whatever it is and choose to not identify with it anymore. Choose to change your perspective on it, to see it from a positive light and not a negative light, and choose to just completely let it go and make space for what it is that you do want in your life, because you have to make space, right? Like this year, you can't bring baggage. You cannot have baggage. You have to be free. All right. Let's see here what your advice and guidance is. All right, we have go wild. Yes, like this doesn't have to be like some type of sad, crying your eyes out, thing. That's just really not the vibe of this year. Like we're done with the crying and the tears and the sadness, right? Like it's just time to take action. It's just time to move forward. It's time to just make a decision and go for it. Um I mean, not even that you'll be forced, you'll just miss opportunities. There will be opportunities that come and you just won't be able to take it because you're carrying too much, right? Like you can't fit in the boat, you can't fit on the plane because you're carrying too much stuff. It's more like that. Like you'll just miss opportunities because you're holding on to the past or you're waiting for something over here that's, never coming. So yeah, it can be so instantaneous. It's just a choice, it's just making a choice to be a positive person. It's making a choice to focus on your future. It's making a choice to align with the future version of yourself and not the past version of yourself. It's just that simple. Yeah. Yeah. I would definitely recommend watching the 2026 webinar because I talk all about this, everything that's coming, the right mentality to have, the mindset to have, going into what to expect. So, yeah, like there's just simply there's no more time for this, right? And next week, January 26th ish, Neptune goes into Aries, and that's the first big shift. So, this is like last call. All right, bottom of the deck here, I have reflect on your priorities. And that's really what it comes down to is what are your priorities? And, are you prioritizing things that aren't adding value or getting you closer to your ultimate goals and dreams? That's as the North Node starts to move into Aquarius, that's the way we have to start thinking now is, what are my goals? What are my dreams? What are my plans? And how do I take steps forward to that, leaps forward towards that? And so it's so important to have your priorities straight because obviously you can't do everything all at once and you want to make the biggest push towards whatever it is that you really desire in your life right now. Okay, I have 2 cards. Oh, actually 3 that came out. Okay, so I have Lighten Up. Okay, this is actually another Leo card that goes along with Go Wild. I have Release Your Blocks, and I have Take a Reality Check. Okay, and this Take a Reality Check is a Capricorn card, right? And we're having the new moon in Capricorn. So first things first, lighten up, right? Lighten up. Like I said, your life right now should be fun. Your life should be exciting. You should be so excited for all of the opportunities, right? Like you're so young, you have so many years ahead. Like the best years are ahead of you, like there's really no need to be down and sad and out about things because like I said, the last 9 years that we've been through, like if things didn't work out for you, you didn't get what you want in the last 9 years, like, okay, whatever. You can dust that aside now and get ready for the next 9 years ahead of us because there are opportunities available for us in the next 9 years of our life that were not available in the past 9 years. So, if the last years of your lives have sucked or been challenging or difficult, oh well, take your lessons and let's move forward. Let's look ahead and see all of the great things that are ahead of you. That's the way your mindset should be pointing right now. The next card that comes out is Release Your Blocks, right? And this is an active, conscious process that you have to do. Whatever your blocks are, you just have to choose to not let them be blocks anymore, to see them more as opportunities or lessons or building blocks or stepping stones, whatever it is. It's just a matter of changing your perspective. Because I went through this, now I know this. Because I went through this, now I have this. Because I went through this, now I see things this way. And just moving forward, not letting it be, something that really gets you down. Because everyone has this. Everyone has this. It's just certain people, they just don't see them as, barriers. They see them as opportunities or lessons or blessings. Okay, then the other card that came out with this is Take a Reality Check, right? And this kind of goes back to the Devil card that we saw, and not attaching yourself to things or not escaping or not procrastinating, right? Not chaining yourself to things that keep you down, but instead facing reality, not numbing it out or escaping it, and just seeing things for what they are, because that's the only way that you can move forward. You have to work with reality. You have to work with the truth and look at your starting point and go, okay, this is where I'm at. Maybe it's not comfortable, maybe it sucks, but from here I can make a plan. And, with this new moon in Capricorn, it's actually a really, really, you know, powerful new moon in Capricorn because we have all of these planets together that were in Capricorn. We had the sun, we had Mercury, we had Mars, we had Venus. So that controls like so many areas of the chart. And all of these in Capricorn under the Saturn energy that will help us to make a plan and move forward. But we have to be grounded in reality and we have to be willing to put in the hard work to get what we want. And so, this is a really, really good time to look at really truly your whole life, even though for you this happened in your for you this was in your fifth house of love, dating, and romance. Mercury was involved, your chart ruler, Mars was involved, which rules your eighth house of death, rebirth, and transformation. Venus was involved, which rules your second house of finances. So it's like you can really look at a lot of different areas of your life and think about, how do I want to move forward? And for you with your fifth house, in a way that's empowering and fun and moving my life forward in a way that I love, right? That's how you can use this new moon in Capricorn is how can I make the long road ahead, fun and exciting? And yes, it sucks, but how can I, incentivize myself and make it more enticing? And, it's all about having a really, really strong, enticing vision for your life that makes it more fun to do the hard work than it does to escape it. So, it's a very, very, very good time to do this type of work. You said, oh yeah, universe ended things with the guy right before the new moon. Yes. And this triggered me thinking about my life. Yep. Nothing triggers you more than love and who I've been up until now. Yeah. Yeah. So, bottom of the deck, I have work through your feelings. So, really, like right now, it's like just focus on you, right? Just focus on you. Focus on you, pour into you, get real with you. And if you need a guide for doing this, then I highly recommend using my 2026 workbook where I help you figure all of this out. What are your goals? What are your dreams? What are your plans? What are your priorities? And what's going on in your astrology? What's going on in your chart? What do you have to work with this year to help you to get there and create a structure and a plan that you can follow? So this isn't just like some abstract information that's just swirling around in your head and something that sounds good, but it's an actual plan that's realistic, that's written down on earth that you can actually follow through with. So yeah, if you need more structure, you need more guidance to make this realistic. So it's not just something, yeah, I'll do that, but you actually do it, then I highly recommend checking out that workbook. Alrighty. So it right now, if for you, it's just the mindset, you have to have your mindset properly set, and understanding where you're going and what's important to you. Because once things start rolling, once all these transits start happening and all of these crazy changes are going on in the world, you don't want to get distracted and thrown around and fearful with everything. You know what you're doing. That's just all noise, and you're focused on taking the steps in your particular life that you need to take to get ahead on your path. Alrighty. So yeah, just forget about the guy. The guy means nothing. It's all about you and your foundation and your mindset. That's the number one thing right now. You're welcome. Good luck. Don't procrastinate. Alrighty, so next up we have Gorgie. For Gorgie, what does the new moon have in store for me? So, for you, this new moon happened in your fifth house of love, dating, and romance. So, let's see what the cards have to say about that. Most important messages for Gorgie, please. I think you did one tarot already for the month. So you have another tarot and then an astrology. Most important messages for Gorgie, please, for the new moon. Alrighty, so your card for the new moon, we have the 8th house. Okay. Bottom of the deck, I have the 9th house. Interesting. All right, so this moon for you is all about making some type of major change and transformation in your life. And bottom of the deck, I have the 9th house. This has to do with your mindset and your belief and your philosophy about life and about the world and the way that you go about life and what you you said, okay, after, can we look at what I need to know from now to end of February after this question? Sure. So like from the astrology perspective, sure. Yes. So yeah. So what this new moon wants you to do is to change something about the way you see the world, the way you go about the world, the way you think about the world, and your philosophy, like something about. And when I think back to your reading, like I feel like a big part of that was the way you think about your business and the way that you show up in your business and changing from like seeing yourself as being more like local and thinking more globally, thinking bigger and wider and more expansively. And maybe up until this point in time, you've just been thinking about like, you know, where you're at, your local area, your community, who you've got in front of you. But this year, I feel like wants you to think way, way more beyond that. Okay. The 5th house where this happened for you is also the house of entrepreneurship and self-employment. So I think this is where that's starting to come online. Because Saturn for you, which is the ruler of this moon, is going into your 8th house here very, very shortly. So like it's time to start thinking differently, bigger, wider, more expansively. All right, going into the tarot now. the overall energy is the Page of Wands. Yeah. This is like a new beginning. It's a new adventure. It's a new chapter that you're going on. Maybe you've been, in business for yourself for a long time, and that's, gotten you to a certain level. It's brought you a certain level of success. But in order to get to the next level, to keep making progress, to keep growing, it just requires you to see this as like a new adventure where you don't really know you don't know everything, you don't have everything planned out, but you're excited and optimistic to figure it out. And just like when you first started, you're just figuring it out. So that's the mentality and the way that the universe wants you to see things at this point in time. Okay, the mindset at this time is the Hanged Man. A big part of the journey ahead also too is understanding what you have to stop doing or what you have to let go of in order to become the next version of yourself or to make space for new experiences in the next chapter. So I had mentioned this last night on the stream as well, but a part of this new moon, because Saturn is in Pisces at this time at the end of the zodiac, though this is a new moon in Capricorn and is about new beginnings, it's also about knowing what needs to end as well. It's about knowing where things have run their course. It's about knowing what's outdated, what can't work anymore, what doesn't make sense with the world now, what dreams and goals you had that, don't, have any value anymore. And not holding on for things just to the sake of holding on to things, or because I've been doing this for so long, or I've invested so much into this, thinking that, if you keep holding on, that eventually it's going to pay off. Again, if something didn't pay off in 2025, if something didn't pan out or work out in 2025, it's more than likely not going to work out in 2026. Like it's irrelevant now, right? And so look at and observe this month where you're holding on to things just to hold on to things, not because there's any like quantifiable value in them. And the heart space right now, we have the Two of Wands. Yeah. It's about taking the emotional stance of, yeah, it's time to move forward. It's time to look ahead. It's time to be forward thinking. It's time to go into new ventures, go into new lands, right? Like, and being excited for that, not being scared about that or apprehensive about that, because that's where all the opportunities are. Everything right now is ahead of us. Everything. There is nothing behind us. There's nothing behind us that is going to help us, save us. Nothing. We all have to be, adventurers and pioneers at this particular moment in time. So as long as you go into this next chapter with that energy, then you'll be fine. All right, the challenge with this moon is the Emperor. The only thing that can get in your way is you. The biggest barrier to the next chapter of your life, to having success, to moving forward is going to be you. So be aware of how you can get in your own way, how fear can pop up or ego can pop up, especially with the Emperor, where it's like, well, I know this doesn't work, or I tried that, or, I don't know about that, where you can get in the way of your own success. That's the only thing you have to look out for is you. So like catch yourself. Catch yourself if you're ever like, no, that just can't be, or no, I don't want to do that, or da 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 da. And ask yourself why. Like, what are you so afraid of? What's the worst that can happen? What if you try and fail? Like, what happens if you fail? Like, is it really that bad of a thing or not really? That's a really big part of this year is being fearless and taking risks and understanding that, yeah, you could fail. Things can definitely fail and not work out, but it's better to try and fail than to not try at all. Okay, so the action to take is the Queen of Swords. Yeah, is to be really strategic, to really have that clear plan, right? Have that clear plan, have that clear vision. Know what you're doing. Think, steps and steps ahead and lay things out knowing, hey, like this might not actually work, but if it does, great. Um, I feel like this year is really calling on you to be the strategist. Um, and to think about your future, right? To think about the way that you want to be seen, the reputation that you want to have, the authority that you want to have. Like that is so, so, so important. So just taking a lot of time to think about your own path and what you want to accomplish for yourself this year. That is important right now. So the outcome of this new moon, we have the devil. Okay, yeah. I feel like if you use this new moon to plan and strategize and get your mindset right, then you will be locked and loaded. You will be, on your path, and no one or anything will be able to get you off. Like, as long as you decide, you're on it. This year for you, you could definitely see yourself being a workaholic, but that might be necessary. That may be necessary for what it is that you're doing or what it is that you're building. You may have to deprioritize certain things this year. You may fall into imbalance this year, but whenever you're building something new or starting something new or going in a new direction, you do have to go into imbalance. Um, and for you, I feel like that's okay this year. It's okay for you to get unbalanced because you're building something that is going to outlast you. And so it's important for it to have strong foundations. It's important for it to be built properly. And so you have to be kind of hyper obsessive about things and perfectionistic about things and, obsess over things to get things right. So, yeah, this is where I feel like the year turning up for you, starts turning up for you as you lay down your plans and you realize, okay, this is what's going to be required of me. You understand the level that you have to be operating at. And yeah, it's a pretty high level this year. Tower at the bottom of the deck, yeah. There are certain things in your life that have to be deprioritized in order for you to be the priority. So that comes back down to this eighth house card of death, rebirth, and transformation. Like the way your life was set up in 2025, like that setup, it won't work in 2026. So it is going to require a big turnaround, like a big shift in your mindset, a completely different way of looking at life and the world than you had last year. All right, let's get some oracles here. We have practice gratitude. Okay, and bottom of the deck, we have step into your power. This is going to be so important for staying grounded this year because you do have a lot of power this year. You can really take things to a high level, but you always want to remember that you are a part of this divine universe and that your path is orchestrated and that There are things bigger than you that are moving things around and shifting things around for you to be able to be the person that you are and are becoming. So it's like always remember that it's not, yes, you're bringing your hard work and you're bringing your energy, but the divine and the universe is looking out for you and is helping you in ways that maybe sometimes you don't always know. So remember that they are there helping you, guiding you, assisting you, and they don't force us to acknowledge them. But when you do and you're working with them, then that's when life gets really, really great. We have reflect on your priorities. Yeah. And that's what this time is all about, right? As we start to move into Aquarius season as well at this time, it's all about thinking about the future and figuring out what's important to us and what's not important to us and detaching from what's not. So, yeah, excellent time to really make sure everything is locked and loaded and so as things start getting crazy and popping off and people are coming to you with their problems and issues, that you remember what your priority is this year and you stay grounded and fixated in that. Okay, and I have make time for self-love. Yeah. Also very important because yeah, this year can be crazy. And it's going to be very, very easy to get burnt out. Um, so yeah, make sure you have that time scheduled in for yourself and take it without guilt. Just take it, enjoy it, turn your brain off. You need it. It may not always center you and bring you all the way back, but it is, necessary to at least honor yourself in that way. All right. So, yes, things are starting to pick up for you. The speed of the year is starting to get to the next level. So, just make sure you know what you're doing, where you're going, what what you need to release and let go of to make space for what is coming for the year. Alrighty. So, hopefully that is helpful for you. And let me go ahead and pull up your chart and we will talk about from now to February. Alrighty, so we are at January 19th. Okay. Alrighty, so here is your, make sure this is, yeah, there we go. All right, so let's go from now to February. So I covered a lot of this in your reading as well. So some of this may sound like repeat, but right now as we speak, Aquarius, the sun is moving into Aquarius. Like, yeah, it's just about there. So Aquarius season has now begun, and this for you is your sixth house of work, health, and daily routine. So for the next 30 days, that's where you're going to be putting a lot of your effort, or this area of your life is going to be highlighted for you. This area of your chart is very, very important because this is where the North Node will be transiting for you. You're going to have an eclipse here very shortly, and Pluto is here. So, you know, watch how things sort of transpire over the next 30 days. It's sort of like a preview of what's to come for you in regards to your work, your health, and your daily routine. And any themes that come up during this time will be playing out over the next like 2 years. So you're sort of getting a little bit of a taster and seeing this area of your life very, very clearly. All right, then on January 20th, Mercury will also enter Aquarius. And this is important for you because Mercury is the ruler of your chart. So that's where you're going to find yourself um, focused as well. And you're like going to be physically in this area of your life. So you might find yourself working a lot more. You can find yourself, you know, in medical facilities or gyms or hospitals or clinics or whatever. Like this can become like a really big thing that you're thinking about. You're just really thinking a lot about your health and where you're at and what's happening to you. It's like that's like what your mind is like going over and over again. You could be thinking a lot about just your daily routine and the habits you have. There could be certain habits you want to start, habits you want to end, things you want to do. So that's going to be what your mind is really, really focused on over the next couple of weeks. Then on January 23rd, Mars enters Aquarius. And so Mars is what you're doing, it's how you're acting. So again, you can be really, really amplified and excited and amped up to like take care of yourself, work out, work on your body, eat healthy, things like this, certain habits. Mars coming here can help you to cut out a bad habit. If you've been like wanting to cut something out, but you haven't had the willpower to do it, now you have the willpower. Now you're like, no, I'm going to do this. So, really good time for health stuff. Then on January 25th, you'll have a first quarter moon in the sign of Taurus. This for you is your ninth house. So that's very interesting because in the reading we just did, your ninth house was brought up. And again, your ninth house is about your beliefs, your philosophy, the way you think the world works. So with the first quarter moon here, there's some type of challenge. Okay. You're likely going to start to see how you have to have a different mentality, you have to have a different mindset, you have to have a different worldview in order to proceed forward. Like you're going to see where your old beliefs are clashing with where the world is going or with new goals that you have. So this is sort of where it's like you versus you, where you're like, okay, I want to do this or I want to do that, but I always was taught that it's this way, or I always did it this way, or I don't know anyone that does it that way. And you kind of have to like work with yourself. That's like, okay, just because I've never done this before, or I don't know anyone that's never done this before, or this goes against what I've always known, doesn't mean it's not true, or it can't happen, or it's not true for me. So there's going to be some type of like internal battle that you're having to work out with yourself. Then January 26th, this is one of the big days of the year where Neptune, the planet of spirituality and imagination, illusion, deception, fantasy, is going to be moving into the sign of Aries. Okay, so we talked about that in depth in your reading, but this is huge for you because Neptune has been opposing you. So, Neptune for you is like when you're driving and the sun's in your eye, like you've had that for 14 years. So now you don't have that anymore. You can see the path ahead a lot more clearly. And so that's going to feel like, woo, wow. So that would be very, very interesting to watch the way you feel around that date or what clarity you get. Um, or like your ability to see different people the way your perception of people changes, okay? Because this has been in your seventh house. So someone at this time can like just the way you think about them, your perception, your understanding of them can change. It's like, whoa, I thought this person was this way. Now I'm seeing them completely this way. So just watch for things like that. And again, we talk about that more in your video. But yeah, that will be a big change. And so that will then go into your eighth house of death, rebirth, and transformation, which again was also highlighted here in your reading as well. Um, so yeah, just big changes there. All right. Then on February 1st, you'll have a full moon in Leo. And this is going to be in your 12th house of endings, losses, and culminations. So, yeah, there's something that you're seeing clearly now. The 12th house it's your blind spot house. It's where, you can't see what's going on in there, but you're going to have a full moon, a huge illumination in your 12th house. So there's something that's coming to light for you, something that you're seeing clearly that you haven't been able to see clearly, something coming up from your subconscious, right? Neptune is also a very subconscious planet. So as that's moving signs and changing, like there's going to be things that are drummed up inside of you that you're like, where did this come from? Like all of a sudden, I'm like feeling this crazy way. And this full moon will help you to get in there and figure out where did that come from? Where was that hiding? Why didn't I see this? Why didn't I realize this? So, massive clarity that is coming for you. Alrighty, then February 3rd, Uranus will go direct. And so Uranus has been transiting your ninth house for the past 8 years. It is getting ready to move into your 10th house. We talked about that in your reading. And again, this Uranus is hanging out in this ninth house of your beliefs and your philosophy. So Uranus is here trying to liberate you. It's trying to wake you up. It's trying to help you see something. It's trying to help you change something about the way that you think about the world, because then it's going into your 10th house and it's going to literally change the way that you show up in the world. So there's a lot of illumination and clarity that you're getting and realizations of ways that you have to change that are coming in the next couple of weeks. All right, February 6th, Mercury moves into Pisces. This is your seventh house of relationship. So then from this point in time, you're going to be having a lot of conversations with other people, lots of thoughts about certain relationships. And I think that this is very significant because Neptune leaves your seventh house, completely changes the energy of your seventh house. And then so the way you think about relationships also has to change. So as Mercury comes into your seventh house, again, you're seeing things in a different way. And so the way you're communicating to other people, the way you're relating to other people is different. So this is going to be very like, it's like an exploratory time for you. And you're going to want to get answers or clarity from certain relationships, or like kind of understand where certain relationships sit or lie now that you have like more information, or you understand a bit better like how your path is moving forward. Then on February 10th, Venus will move into Pisces. Well, before I say that, February 9th, you'll have a last quarter moon in Scorpio, which for you is your third house of your mindset and communication. So there's some way that you're having to change the way you think and the way you communicate as well. So, yeah, the way that you are talking to people, relating to people is changing. It's really that number one, you have more clarity, you know what you want more, you know what you're doing more. So, there's certain people that maybe you were giving a lot of time to that you're not going to give a lot of time to, certain people that you weren't giving enough time to that you're giving more time to. Um, you know, just the way you're thinking about life, the way you're thinking about yourself is changing. So There's a big change here. All right, February 10th, Venus moves into Pisces. So this is your seventh house. And Venus for you rules your second house of finances. Okay, so um, finances and value. So again, the way that you're valuing certain connections, the way that you are letting certain connections affect your sense of value, your sense of self-worth is going to be highlighted during this time. Venus also rules that ninth house of your beliefs and your philosophy. So, um, again, it's like certain connections, certain relationships are just not going to have as much value or mean as much to you, and others will. Then on February 13th, this is another big day of the year. Saturn moves into Aries. We talked about this a lot in your reading. So again, this is like, your seventh house is like super liberated after this point. Saturn has been in your seventh house for the last 2.5 years, causing delays and frustrations and limitations and boundaries and all of that stuff now. So now he's gone, and relationships should get easier, but they're definitely going to be different, right? After Neptune and Saturn have been here, the way you're doing a relationship is just changed. It's very, very, very different. And it goes into your eighth house now. So now all the eighth house limitations and delays and restrictions and all that stuff starts popping up. All right. Then on February 17th, this is the eclipse. This is the first eclipse for you that's going to be in your sixth house. Okay. So you've been having eclipses in your first and seventh houses, which is super intense. So now you're going to get a little bit of a taste of what the next eclipse cycle is going to look like. And this is pulling you forward into your work, health, and daily routine. So that's one of the big focuses now. You're less concerned with relationships. Relationships are not as karmic anymore. They're not fated. They're not teaching you lessons all the time. But now your work is. Now your health is. Now your daily routine, your habits, the things you don't do and you do are now going to have more karmic weight on that. So something can pop up during this time that you're like, okay, I see what I need to work on here. And initially you may realize, okay, yeah, this is going to be the theme. I can't solve this overnight. And you understand where life is going to start taking you. Okay, February 18th, the sun enters Pisces. So it comes into your seventh house, and now relationships become a big focus, and you can see your relationships and partnerships and contracts and all of this very clearly. Okay, so after Saturn has left, now it's like, okay, let's see what the damage is here. Let's see what's going on here. And yeah, you're just going to be able to see better how you have to proceed forward with relationships at this point in time. All right, February 20th, another huge day of the year. Saturn conjuncts Neptune. Okay, so Saturn and Neptune that were hanging out in your seventh house, now they're together in your eighth house, starting some type of new beginning here. And so Saturn for you rules your fifth house of love, dating, romance, and self-employment. And it also rules your sixth house of work, health, and daily routine. Neptune rules your seventh house of committed relationships and partnerships, contracts, negotiations, and they're meeting up in your eighth house. So this is a huge reality check moment, seeing the truth moment, something is becoming painfully clear moment in regards to these areas of your life. The eighth house is where things go to die and transform and change. So you know, this could be relationships, this could be business stuff, this could be work stuff, this could be client stuff, where you just see the truth. You see what works and you see what doesn't work. And it's like once you see the truth, you can't unknow it. But also, once you see the truth, you also know how to proceed forward with much more certainty and much more clarity. So, I would say, like, after this conjunction, after February, after the first set of eclipses that we have, you'll have a better grasp and a better handle on what 2026 is going to be. And from there, you can really go, okay, I get it now. I understand, and I can move forward. All right, after this, a couple days later, you have a first quarter moon in the sign of Gemini, which is your 10th house of your career, public reputation, and your status. Okay, so hey, Jenna. Okay, no problem. So, all right, now that you know everything, now that everything is clear, now you have to decide, what you want your public reputation and status to be, or there could be parts of your current public reputation and status that now have to change, that now have to, you have to pivot, right? Like something has to change at this particular moment in time. But again, you have more clarity, you have more understanding, you know better what's going to work and what's not going to work, and it's going to be so much easier to make these changes and to just set your mind up in the right way. Then February 26th, Mercury retrograde begins, and this happens in your 7th house of relationships. So, that's a huge thing. Like the 7th house for you has been like a construction zone, basically. And now the construction's done. And it's like, okay, like I've gone through this 2-year renovation with my relationships. Now I see what I'm working with. Now I have to, get reoriented, reacquainted, figure out this, figure out that. Who can I call in for this? Who can I rely on in this? Who's my person for this? And again, now knowing where you're going, there could be certain relationships that you're like, no, I don't want that person. That's not going to be my person for that. It's going to be this person now. There's going to be a lot of shifting around in your relationships because not everybody is going where you're going. Not everyone is on the same page as you. Not everyone can meet you where you are and can really be the partner that you need them to be. So you'll have to shift a lot of things around. Okay, so that starts at the end of February, and that will take you well into March. Then finally, that's it. Actually, that is it. And then, next thing we have is in March. So the next eclipse, just to give you a heads up, the next eclipse in the cycle will be on March 3rd, and that's in Virgo. That's in your first house, and that's your biggie. Like that's after everything I just said, it's like this full moon total lunar eclipse in your first house is like the big finale. Like everything has been leading up to this, and you're just going to be so incredibly clear of like you're going to understand what the past couple of years in your life has been karmic, what was just there to teach you a lesson, what was just there to help you to move forward on your karmic path and journey, and what actually stays, what actually remains, what actually has the ability to go the distance. Now it becomes clear. Now you see. Now you know. Like after the next couple of months and weeks, it's like whatever is being shown to you is it. It's like this is it. It's going to be black and white. It's going to be very, very, very clear. So it's just let life speak to you, let life show you If something is coming towards you and it's choosing you and it's wanting to be in your life, it's there. You've got it. If it's not, if it's uncertain, it's going away, it's hard to find, it's I'm not sure, it's leading you on, you don't know, breadcrumbing you, then it's just probably not, meant to stay in your life. Things that start during eclipses will normally end with eclipses as well. So anything that started in your life, and this because it's your first house, we're talking about your entire life. Um, you know, anything that doesn't seem to be sticking, it's just not sticking, and that's okay. Like, this is your time to like let go of what is not choosing you, and hold on to what is choosing you. Same thing with relationships. Whatever is choosing you, okay, great. Whatever is not, let it go. Release it. Make space. Don't cling. So, yes. So get ready. Like, get ready. This next couple of weeks for you is going to be uh, just so just truth like revealing, just revealing, and just accept things for what they are, and just thank God for all the lessons, all the blessings, all the ups and downs, and know like later in the year, life will be much more manageable, be much more predictable, and you can just build, you can build and work and just get to the level of life you want to get to with no more drama. Okay. Alrighty. So hopefully that is helpful. Again, a lot of the things, some of the bigger events I covered in detail in the video. So I would just check back on that. But hopefully that is helpful for you. Hi, Jenna. Thank you so much for your donation. Oh my God, I'm freaking out. I can't believe the guy is already here. Yes. Okay, let me put his info in. Yes. Okay, so we have Mr. Zach. Really? Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Okay, I'm gonna put Zach Jenna so I know who he is. Um, September 22nd. 22nd, 1998. Ooh, and you have a birth time? Good girl. Good girl. 8:33. So we'll know exactly how he affects you, which is perfect. Oh, wait, no. That's you. I was like getting too excited. Okay, Zach is June. Oh, yeah, good girl. Okay, June. Okay, he's 97. That's good. That's good. And he's 4:05 a.m. Perfect. And he's from Newton Center. Mass. Okay. Ooh, he's a Taurus rising like you. All right. Let's look at him. Let's astro stock him, and then we'll talk about your astrology. Okay. Okay, yes. All right, so this is him. Okay, so he is a Taurus rising. All right, so Venus is the ruler of his chart, and he has Venus in the second house. Ooh, nice. So this is someone that he is very sensual. He like he knows how to take care of himself and he knows how to take care of other people. Um yes, you said next Saturday, already locked in plans with us, paid for reservation. Yes, that's him, honey. Okay. Like he knows how to take care of other people. He knows how to have a good time. He is fun. Okay. This guy is fun. Um, he knows how to live life. And this Taurus energy grounds his Gemini. So normally with a Gemini sun, he'll be a little scattered here and there, um, a little flighty, a little bit too casual, but actually this Taurus really grounds him down and it actually lightens him because sometimes when people have like too much Taurus, they're like too grounded, they're too practical, they're no fun. He has a really nice like balance of that. Like he can still be crazy, but he also can be like grounded as well. So he has his moments. Yeah, he's ADHD. Yeah, he has his moments, but he's fun. That makes life fun. You said he's definitely sensual. Yes, very, very sensual. He likes to have a good time, drinks, dinner, music, touching, like, let's have a ball. Um, he says he's upset if I told him no sex till we're official. Yes, he understands. But he bet my best friend Adrian last Saturday and it went well. He texts me right now his dinner food update. Of course he is. Of course he is. Yes, to my soon to be ex he was Taurus sun, Aquarius moon, Libra rising. Yikes. Oh my god, no, he's so bubbly. I never dated someone like Zach. Oh, I love this. Yeah, I have a good feeling about him. I really, really like him. Um, okay, so yeah, so that's that. And then his moon is in Taurus. So yeah, very sensual, likes the good things in life, likes to have a good time, likes to touch and be touched and feel things and smell good things and all of that. So yeah, he's fun. He also has Mercury conjunct his ascendant. So he's a talker. He's a talker. He's going to talk a lot. He wants to communicate. He likes to communicate. Okay. So, yes, this is very, very important for him. This guy always has something to say. Always has something to say. Always, 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 always. And you'll see that his Mercury is trine his Mars. So he has a lot to say. He's talking a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. And sometimes he'll just say things. He'll just pop off at the mouth, and just say stuff. Don't mind him. That's just him. He can't help it. You said yes, his colon is 200. Yeah. Yeah, he's a big spender. He likes nice things. He likes luxuries. He wants the best. He wants to smell amazing. This is who he is. Like he's living life. You said our combos are so long, they collapse down. We've had 6-hour video calls, 4-hour phone calls. Yep. 2 different combos. Yep. Yeah. So just that's just who he is. He wants to talk to you all the time. All the time. Mhm. Yeah. So he's fun. I already like him. I already like him. What else can we say about him? Let's see. When was he born? He was born on a Monday. So, yeah. He what I can say about him is he knows himself very well. He knows what he likes, he knows what he doesn't like. Um, he can be particular. He can be moody when things are not going the way he wants them to go or something's not quite right. So there is that about him. Like if the vibes are off, if something is cheap, if something is not up to his standard, yes, he can be moody. He can get in a mood. So he's very in touch with his emotions. He knows how he feels. Okay. So that you have to deal with him. Um, what else can we say about him? He has Mars in the fifth. Okay, so he loves having a good time. He loves having a person, he loves having someone in his life to have fun with, to enjoy life with, to make life um more exciting. And with Virgo here, he is also practical. He's a practical lover and he wants to be a part of your real everyday life. Like, let's go to the grocery store. Let's go to the gym. Let's go do laundry. Like, let's do stuff like that. Like, that's the type of stuff that he would want to be doing with the person that he likes. And Mars is also the ruler of his seventh house of relationship. So even when you're like in a relationship with him, it still feels fun. It still feels like you're dating. Like the dating phase doesn't go away. You're always like together. Like I feel like this is like a person you're with. It's like the couple that you see that goes to the grocery store in their like pajamas. Like that's like what I'm getting. It's like not necessarily that you guys would do that, but it's like you just know that they are like in love with each other. Like they're just so comfortable with each other. Like that's the type of person that he is like to be with. Um You said he's so sweet. Yes, he pays for all of our dates and has a Lexus. So accurate. He matched me so well. You said it cute. I was born on a Tuesday. Oh my God. Yes, he goes to therapy once a week. It's true because he wanted us to go to a fancy restaurant on Thursday. He planned it out a month before. Aw. Um, we built up a lot of emotional stability now. We're waiting for the physical to catch up. He wants to take things slow. You said, but yes, I'm mad he wants to clean my apartment. Yeah, he likes to do practical things like that because Brandon left in a mess. Yeah, he would love to do that. He would actually really enjoy to do that. So yeah, I mean, if you want him to, he'll like it. Um, let's see what else we can say about him. Hmm. That's really it. That's really all I want to say about him right now. We can always reference back to him, but my first impression is I think he's super fun and like a really fun person to be with. Like he'll be a fun partner. All right, now let's pull up your synastry chart. You said, I feel like the mismatch for me is he's like slow moving though, like really emotional, like weirdly emotionally wise, but it's fast, but he wants to slow down. That's his Taurus and Gemini. That's his Taurus and Gemini going back and forth. His Taurus is like, no rush, feel it out, take your time. But Gemini is like, woo, 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 woo. So he he goes back and forth. Like he definitely goes back. Like that's just something you will just have to learn about him. You said, but he said he's already physically exclusive me. Like he feel it. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. Because his fifth house is Earth, you know. So and it's Virgo. So it's like he doesn't want to have like a whole bunch of people, like he wants to just have his one person that he's serving and he's with. So, yeah, I believe that. Because we're not exclusive yet, but we both end up matching with other people and we could not commit to plans with these other people because yeah. But I constantly worry, like, oh my God, what if he finds someone else? No, can't worry about that. You can't think about that. You just have to be positive and keep your eye focused on what you want, not what you don't want. So you don't make things happen, right? Self fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. All right, babe. Here is your synastry chart, your compatibility chart with him. So let's see what's really going on here, what you're really dealing with. So the inside circle is your chart, and the outside circle is his chart. So it's like he's hugging you. Okay. And so let's see. So, first things first, his moon is conjunct your Saturn. Okay. So that in itself is going to create a glue. Okay. So it's like his emotions are attached to like your commitment, like the way you commit is like the way he feels. That's why this is like, it seems so committed or it seems already exclusive, even though you guys are not really exclusive. Because, like, in a way, this bonds you together. Okay. But what you want to be careful of with this, especially in the beginning, is not putting too much pressure on him or too much expectation on him because he can feel that. I know you guys are trying. You guys are trying very hard. Um, you know, keep trying because with this here, this can make him feel like he's obligated, you know? So it's like you don't want him to feel like he's like obligated to you. You want him to choose you, you know? Um, but I know it's hard, right? It's hard because you feel you feel that, right? And it's hard to ignore that when you feel that. You know he likes you. You feel it, right? You feel it in your body. How could you not react to that? Okay? So like the hardest part right now is just going, okay, separating your feelings from, okay, logically, we've only been talking this long and, we haven't crossed these bridges and we still need to have these conversations and we still need to meet the family and da 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 da. So you just have to try really hard to not get too attached too quickly, right? Easier said than done, I know. Easier said than done. But this is a good sign to me in the sense that when you guys are together, when you guys are committed, you're committed. Okay. He wants to be here. Okay. He wants to be here and he wants to live up to your expectations, right? He wants to live up to your standards. He wants to try to impress you. Okay. So that is really, really good. You said exactly he like almost asked me to be his girlfriend before we met in person. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So imagine when you guys are actually together. Imagine how committed and locked in he is. You said he wanted to spend Saturday, Tuesday with me. We had those days off, but then he withdrew, said there was a snowstorm. He wanted to maybe tomorrow. His therapy. So I don't know why he pulled back all of a sudden and committed this Saturday for the double date with his friend for her birthday. He immediately paid like 36 for that. Oh boy. I would say in terms of the Saturday to Tuesday, we were in the dark moon phase during that time. Now we've had the new moon. Now the energy is going to start to pick up. So that we had like a big energy dip, but now the energy is going to start to pick up. So you'll find that when we go through like the end of the lunar cycle, things like disappear, like things disappear, conversations disappear, things like don't happen. But then once the new moon starts going and the moon starts building up again, that's when like the intensity builds up again. So I wouldn't think too much about that. I wouldn't get too like upset about that. I would just wait until the lunar energy picks up again. So don't worry too much about that. All right. Then his moon is not exactly conjunct your ascendant, but it is very, very, very close to your ascendant. This is also incredible. Okay. Ascendant is you. This is you, the way you show up in the world, your body, your personality, the way you're projecting yourself. And the moon is what he likes, what makes him feel comfortable, what he loves. So he feels comfortable with you. He likes you. He feels at peace with you, at ease with you. Okay, that's why this is like so, you can feel like this is making you crazy. You're over analyzing everything. You're thinking about everything because you feel his attachment to you. Like you can feel it. And it feels real and it feels visceral because it is. It is. Okay. So this again is another thing that tells me this is a significant person. Okay. So, yes, everything you're feeling is legitimate. It's real, it's legitimate. Just have to stay calm. That's all. Just stay calm. He said, yes, he told me he feels so comfortable and relaxed with me. Yes. I swear he told me he loves me over video call too, and then I ignored it. Well, yeah. So, I mean, you guys are very similar You guys have the same ascendant sign. He's Taurus rising, you're Taurus rising. So all of your chart is all lined up the same. It's the same energy. So, yes, you guys are very, very, very similar. So, let's keep going around the chart. So, his sun, which is his masculine energy, pops up into your second house, and his Venus also pops up into your second house. Second house is about money, resources, finances, support. So you see how he's like paying for everything. You know, he's like making you feel good about yourself, making you feel valuable. He wants to be there for you. This is how he's going to show up for you. This is what you're going to feel with him. You're going to feel supported. You're going to feel loved. You're going to feel valuable. You're going to feel like every day he's wanting to show up for you. He's consistent. So this is going to feel incredible for you. Okay. Then his Mars and his North Node are in your fifth house, and your North Node is in his fifth house, as well as your Sun, your Mercury, and your Venus. So this is like crazy. Okay. So there's definitely destiny here, right? You guys are absolutely meant to be meeting each other. You're definitely soulmates in some way. And in terms of both of your love journeys, you guys are helping each other to like go to the next level in some way. So for you, he's kind of helping you to move forward from your marriage. And same thing with him. It's like you're kind of helping him to move forward on his path. Like you guys are each other's next significant relationship. And you feel like your love maybe feels fated, right? It feels destined. It feels like this is meant to be. It is, because it is. Okay. So you guys are very, very significant for each other. Now, his Mars is in your fifth house. So he is very attracted to you. Okay. He's going to be coming towards you hot and heavy. And this is in contact with your Venus. So that's masculine and feminine energy right there, right? His masculine energy is coming in contact with your feminine energy in the house of love. Like, this is incredible, This is incredible. So, girl, this is your guy, right? This is the guy for right now, for sure, 100%. And notice that his Mars is also conjunct your Mercury. So he wants to always be talking to you, right? And your Sun is popping up in his fifth house. So you also, every single day, are like wanting to be in love with him, wanting to be in contact with him, wanting to be in connection with him. So you're showing up like every day as well. So he's showing up like in the sense of like physically. And you're showing him love. So this is very, very nice. Like this is very, very nice. You said we also had a nightmare about Brandon coming, or he had a nightmare about Brandon coming back, trying to get back with you. Oh no. You said, yes, I feel like consistency. He treats me like a girlfriend. Yes. Like with him, he's never had a serious relationship longer than 6 months. It feels meant to be. Yes, he's so attracted to me. Yes. Our November reading, you saw this 22/6. You saw this guy, like planet boyfriend. Oh, yes. Yeah. And potential, like, it's moving together in the summer, and he's already started gooling. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. I see this. I see that happening. I definitely see that happening with this one. Okay, let's keep going though, because there's something to be aware of. So your moon, okay, is conjunct to his Chiron. So, and this is happening in your sixth house of like everyday life together. So here's something to keep in mind. The fifth house is where love starts. Okay. The sixth house is a test, and the seventh house is where the commitment happens. So for you guys, the fifth house is popping. All right. 10 out of 10. This is like really good fifth house synastry. Sixth house, a little bit more difficult. Okay. With you, you have your moon in Libra. You are very balanced. You are very good at, sharing and being reciprocal and being fair and diplomatic with things. He has a little bit more of a challenge with that. Okay. He's a little bit more me centric. Okay. Uh, my way or the highway, or this is what I want. So this will be something that you have to figure out. Okay. So that is going to be the challenge that, let's say, if you guys do move in together, that you have to deal with, where you feel like, you're showing up, doing your fair share, uh, you know, being very understanding and things like that. And he may not. So I just realized my heater was on. Hopefully it's not too loud. It's very cold here. But yeah, like that is something that you will have to deal with him, and it's something that he can always work on for sure. He can get better with that. Um but yeah. So you said I probably will move near him, really like him. So we both have Chiron in Scorpio. He's showing up as Chiron in Libra. It looks like Chiron went retrograde at some point. Yeah, he's 97, so he's a little bit ahead of you. So he has Chiron in Libra, and then your Chiron's in Scorpio, and your Chiron is in his seventh house. So for him, he deals with you, like some of your insecurities in relationships. So some of your insecurities come out within the relationship. And that's something that he has to kind of, navigate and deal with when it comes to you. But again, everything is figure outable. Everything can be worked out. As long as you guys are willing to be patient with each other, talk things out, be honest with each other, this doesn't have to be the end of the world. But certainly a lot of your insecurities, a lot of your fears around relationships pop up with him, right? Which is to be expected. And I think that he's fully aware and understands that that's going to be the case. You said, oh my God, yes, he lives with his mom. She has bipolar, so he has to take care of it. It takes a toll on him. She calls us on dates, and he hasn't been able to spend a full overnight because of her. Yikes. What does his Chiron mean? So he has an insecurity or a wounding around or difficulty when it comes to relationships, specifically relationships that he has daily contact with. So like people who he has to interact with on a daily basis, like some type of fear or wound or insecurity comes out here. So just on the daily basis for him, like he may deal with anxiety, or he may deal with depression, or he may deal with, like you said, he has to deal with his mom's bipolar. Like he deals with difficulties with relationships in his everyday life. And like you said, it can take a toll on him, but it's something that he can learn from. He can grow from it. He can be better than that. It doesn't have to affect him, but you definitely will, come in contact with him the more that you guys come closer. He said, oh my God, he's still close with his ex-girlfriend. He's been best friends with her for 4 years, but she has a new boyfriend and he doesn't want to meet her boyfriend until he has a girlfriend. Interesting. How do you feel about that? What do you think about that? It's annoying. Ironically, his best friend has a birthday day apart from my best guy friend. They're both Scorpios. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I don't find it strange because, if you look at your chart, there's a lot of connections. You see that a lot of your stuff is touching his stuff. So the more of these things you have, like, the more likely you are to have connections. And because you guys have the same houses, right? Your houses are all ruled by the same signs. Like, there's going to be lots of similarities. So I feel like your similarities are to be expected. Okay. So I'm not surprised that you guys have found each other. I'm not surprised that you guys have connected. It makes perfect sense. Your fifth house is unbelievable. But as the relationship goes farther, as it moves into the sixth house, as it moves into the seventh house, even the eighth house with Pluto here, things get progressively harder and progressively more intense. So you run the risk here of, things being really, really, really hot in the beginning and then kind of getting real and becoming more difficult. And then it's like, what was all of that we just went through? I thought that we were so in love. I thought that everything was awesome and everything was amazing. So just know, like, this gets harder, but it's figure outable, it's work outable. Um, I have no doubt that you guys are interested in each other. I have no doubt that you guys like each other. I have no doubt that you um want to be a part of each other's lives and can be committed to each other. But this relationship, for it to go to the next level, it's just gonna take maturity. That's all. You have to be very mature and not get caught up in, like, um the honeymoon phase. That's essentially what it is, right? You want to enjoy the honeymoon phase for what it is. You want to let it play out as long as it can. Um, you want to make sure that all of these things are worked out, right? Like the girlfriend and all that stuff and the mom stuff and all of that, like, you want to make sure all of that's worked out before you progress. Otherwise, like I said, then you come in contact with all of his insecurities, you come in contact with all of his stuff, and then it starts affecting you emotionally, and vice versa. He also comes in contact with your stuff, and then the whole relationship has a different flavor. So as long as you guys are, like, understanding of that, right? You're realistic about the fact of, yes, we might be crazy about each other right now, but things are going to get real. You're going to learn stuff about me. I'm going to learn stuff about you. We're going to piss each other off. There's going to be ups and downs, but if you're both committed to going through that, then there's no reason why this can't work, right? Like, this can work. This can definitely work. But you just want to take your time, cross all of your T's, dot all of your I's, work everything out before you commit and go deeper. You said, like, because of the lack of labels still on his end, he said he has no idea what the timeline on when he wants to ask me to be his girlfriend, but he'll, like, ask me. He said, yes, I feel like I was in such a waiting energy today. He kept me on hold, and I wasn't sure if we were hanging out, and he wasn't replying, so I had eventually, and he said, no. So you see long-term potential? Yes, I see long-term potential, but it requires maturity, right? And you can't get so caught up in like the day to day with him, right? Remember, he's a Gemini at the end of the day, right? So he's here, he's there, he has this idea, he has this idea. This sounds good today, that sounds good tomorrow. That's that, right? So you can't take everything he says as fact. Um, you just have to look at his actions. What is he doing? That's going to tell you much, much more of where he's at. Talk is cheap for him. Talk's a dime a dozen. He can talk, 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 and it doesn't necessarily like mean anything. So I would just only judge him based upon what he actually does and how he actually shows up for you, and not follow his roller coaster, right? Like, allow him to go on the roller coaster. Don't, make him get off the roller coaster because he wants to do that. Allow him to go on it, but stay grounded, right? Stay grounded, stay in your lane, keep taking care of yourself, keep doing what you're supposed to do. And as long as you can stay stable with him, if he doesn't destabilize you, then this can work. If he starts to destabilize you and he starts making you anxious and you're always on edge and like, what's next? What's he going to text me? I have to constantly have my phone on me because he might message me, right? It's like that can be fun at the beginning, but then that can be like harder on the back end, right? And that's what I see with the moon and Chiron in the sixth house. It's like eventually your moon is going to be like, oh my God, like this is crazy. So, you have the risk of like getting burnt out with him. So, you know, you want to be careful of that. It can be fun and exciting in the beginning, but it's like after you do this for a month, for 2 months, for 3 months, for 5 months, right? It's not always as fun. Um, you said I just feel so anxious. I was going to on a date with this guy Sam, but he couldn't because he unmatched me, and Zach couldn't set a date with the one girl to visit out. It's like it's tough. Yeah, you have to just remember, like, you still got to live your own life, right? You got to focus on your goals, your dreams, your thing. And Zach is second. Zach should be third or fourth, at this point in time, right? Like, until he gives you a commitment, until, he's really showing up for you, he shouldn't be occupying so much of your mind. So that's the thing. Maybe you have to create boundaries with him and let him know, like, exactly, if you're already acting exclusive, then say, wait a minute, hold on a second. I'm not your girlfriend. I'm busy. I have things that I need to do. You don't have to respond to him all the time, and you let him know I'm busy. I have other things that I'm doing. I'm going on. It's not mean. It's having boundaries and saying, if you want so much of my time and my energy, then, you need to be committed to me. You need to make me a commitment. You need to make me an offer. Um, he's already had a free trial, I like to say, right? You kind of give people a taste of what it would be like if they were with you. And then you pull it away, you pull back, and you then let them commit, right? You let them see what it's like without you. And then that will draw them forward to commit to you. But you have to be the one to put up the boundary, because Remember, he's got the Mars in your 5th house, so he's gonna come at you, he's just gonna go straight at you. And not only is it, your Venus there, your Mercury's there, your Sun's there, like, he's just all in, and he's gonna talk, 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 and, you feel this he's making you feel this way, so it takes you to, like, have the boundary. And I know maybe you're worried because 'cause you're like, "Oh, if I put up a boundary, then he's not gonna like me, he's gonna go talk to someone else," but it's like, if that happens, then that shows you how he really feels and where he's really at, and you should not, give him exclusivity until he's earned it, right? Until he's thoroughly earned it, you should keep dating, you should keep talking to other people, you should keep seeing what's out there, and, you know, that will show him energetically that, "Look, you haven't got me yet. Yes, I like you, but you have not won me yet. You still have more to do here." And that's how you'll know if he's actually serious about you or if he's just like, blowing smoke in your face. You said, "I just get worried," but yeah, he always texts me if I don't reply, like right now. Me not replying, he's texting again. Right. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, maybe he'll come back around, but also maybe there will be another guy, right? Girl, there's so many guys out here. And if a guy unmatched you, it wasn't meant to be, right? What's meant for you is meant for you. You can't miss what's supposed to happen. Like, if God intended for someone to be in your life, they'll be there. They'll find a way in. God will make a way for them to come. So if that person unmatched you, then they probably were not the person, right? They're probably not significant. They probably don't have any type of, you know, reason to be in your life. Right. So if Zach is the guy, who cares about Sam? Forget about Sam, focus on Zach. But with Zach, just because someone's the guy, it doesn't mean you don't have to do anything. You still have to show up properly. He still has to act a certain way. You still have to go through the steps. You still have to, court each other and get to know each other and ask for exclusivity and then get into a real relationship and define terms and things like that. Like, there's still a process that has to happen. And, if he's already like too far ahead in the steps, then it's your job to then slow him down and say, "Hold on, mister, hold on a second. Like, nope, you got to do this. You have to do this." And you have to make him, slow down. So that is a whole other reading. Timeline wise, I'd have to do a private reading because that requires a lot of research. So if you want to know timeline, then we can book a private reading. But in terms of your compatibility, I see a lot of compatibility. I get why this is happening. I see why you guys are attracted to each other. It makes perfect sense. I think that this works, but yeah, you just have to deal with his weirdness, his quirks, and things like that, and just make sure he's not like, crossing your boundaries or getting you off track. You should still be able to have your autonomy and focus. He shouldn't be your top priority and taking all of your time and energy quite so early, quite yet, especially not without, clarity and exclusivity and, um, you know, you just knowing what's going on. So, yes, you don't think his mom will get in the way. Well, your Mars, okay, which is your anger and your frustration, falls in his 4th house. Okay, so that's something you will be frustrated with. You are directing your anger towards his family. Okay. So that's something that's going to frustrate you. For him, it may not be as big of a deal. But again, this is one of the things that as a couple, when you guys get to that point, it's something you have to discuss. It's something you guys have to work out. You said, like, my mom and friends think, like, if anything, I'd be more likely to walk away from this because he seems to have more to deal with. Like, I live alone. He can't even save work because of his mom. He's 28. Like, it's tough. Yeah. Yeah. That's something that, like I said, with Mars in your fourth house going into his fourth house, you will be more frustrated by his living situation. You will be more frustrated by his family, his mom. That's something that will bother you. And your Saturn conjuncts his moon. The moon for a man is his mom. Okay. So you have harder feelings about that. And that's going to be one of your like boundaries with him, right? Because his moon's on your Saturn. So you have, you know, that's something that's like can be a deal breaker for you. Like you have to deal with this, or, we're not going to be together. That's something that you will be more, it's just going to bother you much more than it bothers him. You said, "Do you see in my chart too that I'd be more likely to leave a collection?" That's hard to say. There's nothing that necessarily would say that. I think you both have the ability to leave, with him, you always run the risk of him changing his mind. You always have that with him. With Gemini, it's like they always are exploring the options. They're always wanting to know all the possibilities. So it could be him just as much as it could be you. It really could go both ways. Um, yeah, it really could go both ways because, you know, your moon is conjunct his Chiron, his moon's conjunct your Saturn. These are difficult. These are difficult moon connections. They're not easy, right? They're not impossible, but they're also not easy. So it requires maturity, it requires communication, it requires honesty. And, right now it's just too early to tell, right? You're still in that like lovey dovey, getting to know each other. Everything is great, everything's exciting, phase. So it's just hard to say at this particular point in time. With him, though, he says he typically stays. He's always been the one who gets broken up with. So his exes, they all left him, but based upon our charts, are there more difficult placements than compatible? I would say there's more compatibility than difficulty, and that's true with really all charts. All charts have good and bad, right? And that's just realistic. Like, there's nothing here that I'm like, oh my God, this is horrible. Don't move forward. This is terrible, right? There's nothing here that's like so terribly bad. But what can happen is even if you have one bad placement and 10 really good placements, that one bad placement can ruin and outshine all the other ones if it's not handled properly. Because what the charts don't show is maturity. The charts don't show consciousness. The charts don't show if you guys have done work on yourselves and have overcome certain things. So that's kind of stuff that will just come with time that you'll find out. But for sure, you know, if you're willing to communicate, if you're willing to talk, if you're willing to work through things, and there's no reason why this can't move forward. There's no like deal breakers here, like this is horrible, forget this. No. But you have to be willing to work things out for sure. Because I did feel safe though, like during our first phone call, I didn't expect to tell him about my divorce with Brandon. He opened up about his mom and family stuff. Like I never felt safe like that. Yeah. Your 5th house is very strong, right? Your love, dating, and romance sector with him is very, very strong. His moon's in your 1st house. You guys feel very comfortable with each other, right? There's a lot of his sun and Venus are in your 2nd. There's a lot of safety, protection. You know, you feel good with each other. The chemistry is there. What's the next test is making the chemistry and making it real, right? That's the next look at things is, can we make this real? Can we work through our challenges? Because you both are going to bring challenges to the table. You're both bringing, baggage to the table. You're both bringing real life things to the table. That's the next step, is the 6th house, right? So when I look at your 6th house, I go, okay, yeah, there's a challenge here. The challenge here is, he's bringing a lot of insecurity. He's bringing a lot of baggage, and it's coming in contact with your moon, which is how you feel. And this is in your daily experience with him. So your daily experience with him is dealing with a lot of his problems and a lot of his insecurities. As a Libra moon, you're going to deal with it, right? Because that's just who you are. But can it stress you out? Yeah, for sure. If he's not taking responsibility, if he's just constantly dumping stuff on you, if he's, not able to work through his stuff, yeah, that's going to stress you out for sure. But if he does work through his stuff, if he does take accountability, if he does take responsibility, if he does own his junk so that it doesn't affect you as much, then it won't be as big as of a problem, right? So that's just only something you're going to find out with time. Because the chart doesn't show maturity, it doesn't show consciousness, it doesn't show the work someone's done. It just says, hey, this could be a problem. And then when you go into the 7th house, your Chiron shows up. So your baggages, your fears, your insecurities. So then he's dealing with that. So, right? So it just depends. Then is he going to take on your stuff? Is he going to really want to deal with your stuff on a daily basis? Only time's going to tell. Only time is going to tell. So that's what I mean is, if you guys are willing to hold each other's crap, basically, right? Then yeah, it'll be fine. But if you're not, then this is going to be really, really hard. But it sounds as though, you guys really like each other. You're opening up to each other. You're being really honest with each other. So it sounds like you guys will, when it gets to that point, it sounds like you guys want it to get to that point. So your Chiron is in the 7th. So a lot of your wounding and insecurity in this lifetime comes through your relationship issues and challenges. And this is in your 7th house, which is occupied by Mars. And Mars is ruled by, Scorpio. And Scorpio is ruled by Mars. And Mars for you is in your 4th house. So a lot of your relationship trauma and insecurity stems back from your family and upbringing and your childhood. So, like the way that you pick partners and the way that you attach to partners, a lot of that comes back down from your family, roots. Okay. What you received as a child, what you didn't receive as a child, you then look for that in a partner. So that's what your partners deal with you. They deal with your wounding and your insecurity. So whoever you're with, it doesn't matter who it is, that's what they have to contend with you. So, or that's what you bring to their Scorpio house. And it just so happens with this guy, it's in his seventh house of his relationship with you. So he has to contend with that when he's in a committed relationship with you. With him, you contend with that in your daily life with him, just your everyday life with him. You deal with his insecurities and his baggage, every day. He said, so wait, with Zach's Libra and Chiron talking to someone every day, like, what is it? Like, because we talk every day, does that get overwhelming? No, his baggage can get overwhelming for you. So it's like every day he can come with you at a problem. Like every day he has a problem. Every day, oh, my mom, this and this and this. Oh, I'm dealing with this. Oh, I'm feeling anxious. Oh, I have to go to therapy. Oh, it's like every single day with him, there's like always a problem. Right. And so what that looks like for you is you're always trying to balance it out. Like, oh, you're feeling bad. Okay, I'll feel bad with you. Oh, now you're feeling happy. Okay, I'll feel happy with you. Right. Like your moods have to fluctuate to where he's at. Like if he's in a bad mood, then you guys are in a bad mood. And, then he doesn't want to see you. Okay, you have to be okay with that. And he's in a good mood. Okay, now we're in a good mood. And now you're dealing with that, So you're always having to be flexible with him and where he's at. And a lot of it stems from his insecurities and his wounding and his challenges. And you're always going to be dealing with that with him. And so that's something you'll find out like when you're with him. Can I deal with this? Can I deal with his crap? And you will deal with more of his crap, and then he'll deal with your crap on the back end. So you'll get like really accustomed to dealing with him, and then he has to get accustomed to dealing with you. Yeah. Yeah. So again, like maybe you like that, maybe it's fine, or maybe you don't. Maybe it's annoying and you can't stand it. You'll find out in time. Well, you have Pluto there. So this is where you guys are raw, real, the most honest, depths of your soul, no holding back. Like this is where all the reality happens here once you guys get to the eighth house. If you guys commit to each other and you guys start to get more serious, you combine your finances, you have kids with each other, that's when you know everything. All of your skeletons are exposed, all of his skeletons are exposed. You're all in it. You're all in at that point. So, but that's down the line, right? Like first test is the sixth house. Can you guys create a meaningful daily routine together? Can you guys live together? Can you guys do life together? Like that's step one, right? That's what you have to figure out. Then, okay, you do that for a period of time. Then seventh house, okay, what are we going to do? Are we going to get married? Like what's going to happen, right? Then that whole saga has to happen, right? Where a marriage and wedding and all of that has to happen. Then after that, then you start talking about finances and, all of that stuff, having kids and wills and life insurance policies. Like that's so down the line, right? Just work on getting to the sixth house first. No, you're still in the fifth house. Until you guys are living in the same town, you're spending every day physically together, or most days physically together, you live together, that's when you'll be more in the sixth house. Right now, you're still in the fifth house. You're still talking, you're still, thinking about each other, you're liking each other, thinking, what can this be? What are the possibilities? You're still in the fifth house right now. No, the fifth house is perfect. The fifth house is great. Your fifth house together it's masculine and feminine energy coming together. It's fate and destiny coming together. It's, you know, lots of communication. It's lots of admiration. It's, every day being obsessed with each other energy, right? So that's definitely where you guys are at right now. No, no, it's not. The only thing is the fifth house is where a lot of relationships stay. So they just stay in the fifth house. They never make it out of the fifth house to the sixth house. So it's this person that you have all these feelings for, all this chemistry, all of this passion, all of this built up energy, but it never becomes real. It never becomes practical. It never becomes a part of your daily life where you guys are doing basic, mundane things. We go to sleep together, we wake up together, we have breakfast together, we have our coffee together, we both go to work, we go to the gym. That's like, the next level of the relationship. A lot of times the connections just stay in the fifth house. So that's what you have to see. That's like the test is, can this become real? Is our love strong enough that it drives us to overcome our personal issues and to liberate ourselves so that way we can come together and create our own daily life together? And it really just depends. It depends on people's individual circumstances, how fast their lives can come together. Like, do they live in the same town? Are there kids involved? What's the money situation like? So there's always the sixth house is about difficulties. So there's always difficulties that prevent our lives from coming together. But if you can get through the difficulties with someone, then you're more likely to have a long lasting relationship with them. So, that's the test now is, can we fight our difficulties to come together? Right. So that's his difficulty. The mom is going to be a difficulty. So is he going to overcome that? Is he going to find a solution to that? Is he going to prioritize you over the mom? Time will tell. You will see in time if he can do it, you know. You said that makes sense. You did see it in the summer, me moving towards him. I'm definitely trying to move because my rent right now is too expensive. So Brandon live and he found 2 places 10 minutes. See that? Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. It probably will be much easier for you to go towards him than for him to come towards you, for sure. He found cheap places 10 minutes from me. How long does it's dependent on everyone's situation, right? It depends on everyone's situation. There's no standard time. Some people have no problem coming together. They get married in 3 days, a week after meeting someone because they have no problems. It just depends. Like, me, Virgo, overthinking, planning. Yeah. Yeah, that's where, if you want to turn the clock forward, you want to look forward in time, then we have to do private readings and look ahead. Look at your timelines, look at his timelines. Where do they match? Where do they not match? where are you at in your cycles? Where is he at in his cycles? It just takes more time to put that together than I can do on a live stream. So if you really want to know, then just book a private reading and I can do research and I can give you more times. I can look further into the future and tell you. Yeah. So for that, you would want to book let me go on here and I'll just give you the link. Okay. You would want to book. Okay, if you want, you would do your love life reading. This would give you 6 months ahead, and you could either do it as a recorded reading or as a live 1 hour reading. So I'll send you the links for both depending on what your preference is. Oh my God. Yeah, I think you should just let it play out a little bit more. But yeah, there's the link to that reading, and we can look 6 months in advance with him and just see what's really going on. But yeah, no, I think that he is a good one. I think he's a good one. I just realized too, I wasn't even showing you your compatibility chart. Let me show you this one. You are welcome. Yeah, just let it play out for a little bit. Just enjoy the fifth house energy. Enjoy the fifth house energy. You're welcome. Fourth house is you having your foundation set. You having a really good sense of who you are and where you come from and good family and stable, stability and just feeling really good in yourself. When you feel really good about yourself, you have a strong foundation, you don't need anyone, you're not rocky, you're not shaky, then you can go into the fifth house and you can take risks. Because the fifth house is about taking a risk. Falling in love is a risk. Dating has risk. Having sex has risk. Okay. So, but if you have strong foundation, no matter what happens in your fifth house, even if you love and you lose, you still have a strong foundation to fall back on. So it's like that's why before you get into a relationship, you want to have a strong foundation first. So everything's not riding on them, right? You're not, you know, God, this has to work out with this person. Otherwise, my life's going to fall apart. No, it's like your life should be together. And then you go in and you take a risk and hopefully it pans out. But if it doesn't, then you're going to be okay. Oh, wow, interesting. He's an engineer and I'm a school psychologist. We both work remotely. It's cool how we both have that flexibility. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think like I said, it's crazy you guys have the same chart, right? You're both Taurus rising. So everything lines up. So a lot everything's you're going to have a lot in common. You're almost literally the same people and you're only a year apart. So a lot of your um outer planets are the same. Like your Plutos are the same. Your Uranus is the same. Your Neptune is the same. Your midheavens are almost the same. Like a lot of things are the same. It's just your personal planets that are different that give you your different flavors and your different personalities, but you're from the same generation. You have the same thing. So, yeah, it's really really good. It's really really good. So, just enjoy. Just make him fall in love with you. As long as a guy falls in love with you, you'll get everything you want from him. Just continue to make him fall in love with you. That's all. You're welcome. Just enjoy your love bubble. You're welcome. Let me know how things go. I know. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what I said. Awesome. Thank you, love. Talk soon. Alexis, if you were here, you can post a question. You're welcome. Alexis, I'm not offering free readings. I only do free readings for members of my channel, but you asked and my intuition said yes. So if you'd like to ask a question, then I'm happy to pull a card for you. Hello, Alexis. Thank you so much for your patience. You said, is there something I don't know about my relationship with my sister Danielle, like a secret, something that would make me move on from her? They give me a funny feeling like they are fake. All right, let me pull a card. What does Alexis need to know about Danielle? Is there anything funny going on here? Okay, I have the Wheel of Fortune, the Three of Wands, and the Six of Swords. There is no there's nothing here that you need to be worried about. Like anything that's happened between the two of you in the past, like is the past. But there's nothing that's preventing you from having a future with her. Okay. There's nothing here that you need to be like scared about or worried about or um like on edge about. Nothing for you to be feeling funny about. Like I said, if anything happened to you guys in the past, it meant to happen. It was karmic. Um, family is very karmic. Things happen. We learn a lot of lessons through our family members. Our family is our soulmates. They trigger us. They teach us things and all of that. But there's no reason why you can't have a relationship moving forward with her. There's no reason why you can't grow and learn with her. Um, if you want to have a relationship with her, you can have a relationship with her. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but there's also nothing like that the universe is putting in your way or nothing that she's doing that's like sabotaging it. So it's really just up to you whether you want to move through your feelings and, have a relationship with her. It's completely, totally, up to you. So hopefully that was helpful for you and worth the wait. You're welcome.